perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true.
Jangan. Itu bisa, Man. Apa aku?
Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true.
Jam berapa?
Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true.
Oh lah, lemah banget enggak aku.
Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri. Binawan University makes your dreams come true. Siapapun kamu, pasti kamu punya cita-cita. Universitas Binawan akan membantu mewujudkan mimpimu. Binawan memiliki beragam program studi menarik yang bisa kamu pilih. Dari jenjang pendidikan D3 hingga S1 dan didukung fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium-laboratorium, perpustakaan, dan masih banyak lagi. Di sini, kamu akan dibimbing dosen hebat, bertemu teman baru, dan belajar hal-hal seru. Kalian juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dan berprestasi melalui bermacam aktivitas. Dengan 20 tahun pengalaman menempatkan lulusannya di luar negeri, Binawan akan mengantarkanmu meraih karir yang kamu impikan. Lulus langsung kerja, sukses di dalam dan di luar negeri.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Tanjung Karang.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu.
UHAMKA.
Universitas Santo Tomas Filipina.
Universitas Teknikal Malaysia Melaka.
Fels Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies, India.
Universitas Bayangkara Jakarta.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Pontianak.
Universitas Borobudur.
Universitas Gunadarma.
Universitas Sriwijaya.
Akper Hermina Manggala Husada.
Universitas Trunojaya Madura.
Universitas Respati Indonesia.
Bandung Polytechnic of Social Welfare.
Sekolah Tinggi Teknologi Minyak dan Gas Cilacap.
Stikes Mitra Keluarga.
Universitas Brawijaya.
Universitas Gajah Mada.
Kochi University, Japan.
Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta.
Before we start the conference, Ms. Rifka Sabrina will deliver about the safety
Recording in
induction
progress.
of this room. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Please welcome Ms. Rifka.
Safety induction. Welcome to the Binawan University Auditorium Room. We are currently on the 4th and 5th floors. Attention please. We inform you today in the Binawan University building there will be no emergency disaster response simulation. In case of emergency, such as an earthquake or fire, please exit through the doors and follow the evacuation route. Walk slowly, following the evacuation path or exit. 2 on the left, and 1 on the upper right, and 2 on the bottom, left and right. Please use the stairs, walk slowly, and do not hurry by holding onto the handrail. The assembly point is in the parking area in front of Binawan University Lobby 1. The restrooms are located outside to the right and on the left, and the prayer room is on the basement level. The first aid room is located on the first floor of the nursing laboratory. These are safety instructions in the Binawan University building. For your attention, we say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rifka, for the safety induction of this room.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to read the agenda for today. Safety induction by Ms. Rifka Sabrina.
Opening ceremony by singing Indonesia National Anthem.
The reading of the prayer by Ahmad Fadil SPD MBA.
Traditional dance performance by Binawan University students.
Conference report speech by Dr. Ana Suraya.
Welcome speech by Binawan University Acting Chancellor Profesor Heni Suzana Mediani SKP MNG PhD.
Keynote speech by Profesor Vidya Venugopal.
Keynote speech by Profesor Erwin Faller.
Keynote speech by Dr. Ana Suraya PhD.
Information about poster and oral presentation.
Lunch break.
Poster presentation.
Poster award announcement.
Oral presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the opening of sessions. Let's start this conference by singing Indonesian national anthem led by Miss Mari Estelita. Please welcome Miss Mari. Attendees are kindly requested to stand. Thank you, Miss Mari. Attendees are welcome to sit back.
The next is the reading of the prayer lead by Mr. Ahmad Fadil, SPD, MBA. Please welcome Mr. Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, and esteemed participants, we are truly honored to gather today in the spirit of learning and collaboration at this agenda. It is a blessing to come together from diverse backgrounds, united by our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and serving humanity. Let us begin this significant day with a prayer, seeking guidance from the Almighty, the most merciful. Let's bow our head and make istighfar. Astaghfirullahalazim. Astaghfirullahalazim, astaghfirullahalazim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. With your infinite mercy, we began this conference seeking your guidance and blessings. We thank you for gathering us today in this agenda, the Second World Conference of Health and Social Science. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Ya Rabb, grant us good in this world and good in the hereafter, and protect us from the torment of the fire. Ya Allah, grant us wisdom and understanding. Guide our speakers and participants so that knowledge shared today may be beneficial for humanity. Allahumma ja'al hadzal amal khalisan liwajhikal karim. Ya Allah, make this effort sincere for your sake alone. May this conference inspire innovative solutions to the health and social challenges we face. And may we leave here today with a deeper understanding, greater compassion, and a stronger resolve to serve our communities. Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, birahmatika nastaghith. O ever living, O sustainer, in your mercy we seek help. Bless our endeavors and unite our hearts in goodness. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next agenda is traditional dance performance by Binawan University students. Please welcome Samaras Nitria Ekata. Please give applause. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful performance by Samaras Nitria Ekata. Once more, please give warm applause to our beloved students, Samaras Nitria Ekata.
Without any further ado, we will continue to the next agenda. Conference report speech by Dr. Anna Suraya. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Anna.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, good morning. Good morning, all of you, and welcome to the second World Conference on Health and Social Science. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today, and we gather under this year's theme, Connecting People in Health and Social Science. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Binawan CEO, to our Chancellor, Professor Henny, to our Vice Chancellor, Bapak Paruk, for unwavering support until we can have this conference today. And special thank you for my sister, Vidya Venugopal from India. She has been supporting us since the first conference until now. She's still with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we have also actually my brother, Professor Erwin Faller from Philippines. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today because yesterday his flight got trouble. Yes, I hope the next conference he will join us. And tomorrow we will have Professor Theo Bodin from Karolinska Institute, Sweden. Have you ever heard Karolinska Institute? Oh my God, you have to know. Karolinska Institute is the institute that decide who the winner of Nobel Prize. You have to know that. And we have also Pak Yaya from Indonesian Artificial Intelligence Society. We have a lot of very distinguished guests today, and we also deeply honored to have support from Ministry of Health, lead exposure elimination project from London, from UNICEF, Today we will have side event to commemorate the International Lead Prevention Program Weeks. We also, thanks to impressive roster of speakers from coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Cultural Affairs, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, UNICEF, and the WHO. We also have confirmation of the attendance of USAID and Asian Development Bank this afternoon. We also warmly welcome to 10 or 11 or 12, your group from India, 11. Welcome to Binawan University. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And welcome all participants. We have actually, until this morning, we have registered more than 590 participants from 9 foreign universities and 25 national university and 1 research agency. We have 92 abstracts to be presented. Today and tomorrow we will have 10 rooms for today's presentation and 4 rooms for tomorrow. We also have 17 poster presentation and 3 manuscripts that are ready to be published on Atlantis proceeding. Come on, we invite all of you speakers to publish your study in Atlantis proceeding along with us. I just wanted all people get great and we look and get applause for all of you participants who attending in person here. We look forward to the unique perspective you will bring to our discussion. The last but not the least, thank you so much for all committee members. I know only your hard work make this conference happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all committee members. Thank you so much. And yeah, at this conference we come together not only to exchange knowledge but also to build meaningful connection that will bridge discipline, countries, and perspective. It is this connection that empower us to address the complex health and social challenges that face the world today. I'm confident that the knowledge shared and the connection made during these 2 days will inspire us, all of us, to continue working toward a brighter, healthier, and more connected world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Anna. We jump into the next agenda. The next is welcome speech and will be delivered by Binawan University Acting Chancellor, Professor Heni Suzana Mediani, and will open the conference at the same time. Professor Heni, we invite you to the stage.
Thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, best wishes of all us, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Governance and Resources, Mr. Faruk Alwaini, MA, MBA, HSI, CDIF, Dean Faculty of Health and Science and Technology, Binawan University, Dr. Mia, Dean Faculty of Nursing at Midwifery, Dr. Aliana Dewi, Dean Faculty of Business and Social Science, Dr. Ihwan, Director Learning and Student Current Affairs, Dr. Agung, Director Research Public Services and Corporation, Dr. Maryuni, Director Quality Assurance Binawan University, Dr. Bintang Patralina, Vice Dean, and Head of Study Program, and Master Public Health Study Program, the Chairman of the Second World Conference on Health and Social Science, Dr. Anna Suraya, PhD, distinguished speaker, Professor Vidya Venugopal from Sri Ramanchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research, Professor Erwin Fowler from College of Allied Health, Science Holy Child College, Philippines. She will attend and join us by Zoom. Dr. Yaya Suryana from National Research and Innovation Agency, Theo Bodin, PhD from Karolinska Institute, and Dr. Anna Surya, PhD from Binawan University. Distinguished moderator, Ms. Puji Astuti Wiratmo and Nurse Indira Gilang Pamungkas, and also distinguished all participants of the Second World Conference on the Health and Social Science Binawan University, dear college, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let us express our gratitude toward the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who's blessing us always with us so that we all can be here. And we can all be here to good in condition and health. It is great honor for me to declare open and welcome all of you to the Second World Conference on Health and Social Science, which will be held today, 23rd of October, until tomorrow, 24 October 2024, with the theme of the conference is the Connecting People in Health and Social Science. On behalf of the Binawan University, I would like to express of my sincere gratitude for all of us who attend this participant in this country, and we heard that the participants not only come from national but also from overseas, and of course we will learn more from certain of the topic that will be delivered from distinguished speaker, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and honored participants. As we comment this important event, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the pressing global challenge that this conference will seek to address. We are living in an era where the intersection of health, social issue and environment concern has never been more evident. The need for interdisciplinary collaboration and innovative thinking is essential in tackling the complex issue of our time. This conference will focus on the theme connecting people in health and social science with several critical topics that will be explained starting today until tomorrow. And the first topic regarding the effect of air pollution on public health and social life. As we know that air pollution continues to pose significant risk to human health, we will delve into the way it affects not only will affect to the physical well-being, but also social and economic structure and the action we must now mitigate this impact. And also other topics I think is exposed by asbestos are a critical issue, particularly in developing countries such as Indonesia. So we will explore strategy for raising awareness, enforcing regulation, and ensuring that the population is protected the harmful effect of this hazardous material. And also the final topic regarding the artificial intelligence for sustainability. I think this is also the important topic. We will examine the role of the artificial intelligence in driving sustainable solution, particularly in the field of the health and social being. So each of these topics represent both a challenge and opportunity to harness the power of the research collaboration and policy innovation to improve life and protect future generations. I, as a Chancellor of Binawan University, I am proud to witness the convergence of discipline at this conference will explain and explore in detail how is the result of the study will be explored and will be effect of the social society. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the conference organizing committee, the sponsor such as UNICEF, the Ministry of Health, and also DIP and others I cannot explain one by one. Thank you so much for the support. It is through your dedication and we can gather such impression and diverse group of the professional. Let us take full advantage of this unique opportunity to work together for a healthier, more equitable, and sustainable future. I'm confident that insight shared here will drive real progress in addressing the challenge we face, and also that the collaboration from here will continue to inspire solutions for years come. Once again, welcome to the second World Conference on Health Science and Social Science, and welcome to Binawan University. I look forward to the fruitful discussion and groundbreaking ideas that will emerge from this remarkable gathering. Before closing, I declare open the second World Conference on Health and Social Science with saying, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. All best wishes to all of you. Have enjoyed the second World Conference on Health and Social Science. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Henny.
The next agenda is keynote speech. There are three speakers. They are Prof. Vidya Venugopal, Professor Erwin Fowler will join via Zoom online, and Dr. Anna Suraya. This session will be led by Nurse Indra Gilang. Please welcome to the stage Nurse Gilang.
Hi, 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 hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure I cannot hear you. So once again, good morning, everyone. Okay, so this is the spirit that I want. And I believe that you guys are very excited about today's conference because I feel the same way. Even though I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm very happy and excited to be here, standing in front of amazing speakers, amazing participants from different countries. Thank you to the committee for giving me this opportunity. Give applause, please. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Indra Gilang Pamungkas, and people know me as Gilang. Currently, I'm working as a lecturer at Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery, Binawan University. For the next few hours, I will moderate the discussion this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, we have 3 speakers and who will deliver a very interesting topic. And each speaker will deliver their topic for 25 minutes and followed by 15 minutes in the discussion session. So in the discussion session, if you have question, please raise your hand and state your name first. The first speaker will be Professor Vidya Venugopal. But before that, let me read your resume first, Professor. So Professor Vidya Venugopal, I think it's too small. She is a professor in the Department of Environmental Health Engineering, Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. She is also the country director of the NYHR Center on NCDs and Environmental Changes. She completed her doctoral education at the University of Madras and continued her postdoctoral training at the Central Queensland University, Australia. She also has numerous and outstanding qualification, achievement, experiences, and publications. So get on with it. Let's welcome to the stage Professor Vidya Venugopal. Give applause, please. Good morning, Professor. Good morning. Okay. So Professor Vidya will deliver material related to the effect of air pollution on public health and social life. You have 25 minutes, Professor, to deliver your presentation, and I would like to remind you 10 and 5 minutes before the time's up. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Vidya Venugopal.
I like to stand and present. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Really, really very overwhelming for us. Such a warm welcome and such beautiful audience, very enthusiastic and very welcoming. Thank you very, very much for all of that. We will speak today about the impact of climate change, air pollution combined with heat, and what it does to the world right now. Yeah, thank you. Are you able to hear me? All right. So we see many of these pictures nowadays: drought, floods, wildfires, and we see tornadoes, and then we call climate the culprit, right? And it's very easy to use the word climate change as a culprit. And how do we know if a climate is changing or not? I think there is some adjustment issues, like, we are not able to see the full picture, but it's okay. So who finds out if it's changing or not? Is my voice clear? Am I echoing? Am I echoing? Yeah. Can I continue? Okay. So, how do we know if climate is changing or not? There is an interpanel panel on climate change established by the World Meteorological Organization and UNEP in 1988. It is a science authority of the UNFCCC. And their objective is to find out on scientific basis if climate is changing or not based on the published research. They don't do any research. They just find out based on published research if there is scientific evidence to back the saying that climate is actually changing. And finally, they give us a working report, which is an assessment report. And we now we are at the 7th assessment report. And every time their findings are actually quite appalling. And then it's actually quite, what do you say, alarming in the sense like there is something called, thank you very much. Thank you. So what does climate change do? Climate change has different types of impacts, and usually first the change that's happening is with the regional weather. And then there are heat waves, there are extreme weather conditions, temperature, different type of precipitation. That actually has some moderating effects. All right. There are some moderating effects, and there are some contamination pathways which we will come to a little bit later. And if there are no adaptation measures that are happening, then you will have health effects because of climate-related illnesses, deaths, extreme weather, air pollution related, waterborne diseases, vector-borne, psychological effects, malnutrition. A big list of things can happen. Here we'll speak more about air pollution and a little bit of heat as well, and how their combination is a killer. And do we all think it's natural things happen too? Climate change is also because of natural way the world works, the universe works, how there are changes in ways and what happens. But is it because of our human activities, or is it because of natural? Is something that you can clearly see. If the world had just been there without human activities, how the scenario would have been and how the scenario is right now, it is very evident that climate change is accelerated by human activities. So when we call climate change, what are the ramifications of it, and because of the climate risks that we have? The risks that we see, some of them can be physical in nature, how it gets transmitted, and what are the health and social impacts is what we'll see here. It arises from the weather-related issues, like it could be the tornadoes, it could be the high temperatures, it could be the rainfalls. And also, like I said, we will speak more here about only the air pollution and the heat part, and how it gets transmitted. Transmitted happens at various levels. Transmission happens at individual level, it happens at a community level, it happens at country level, regional level, different levels. And potential adaptation efforts are usually put into place. For example, let me give an example. If it's very, very hot, people turn on their air conditioners. So one level of people are protected by air conditioners, but the next level of people, the poor, the slum dwellers, etc., because all these air conditioners are putting out the heat outside, they are affected. So one group adapts, the other group gets affected. That is how the whole risk is transmitted. And then finally, there's health and social impacts. Risks because of primary and secondary exposures to air pollution and heat. Usually there are different levels of primary, secondary, and tertiary effects. And then, so the poor quality of life, disability because of diseases and everything happens. So when it comes to the physical risk profile, droughts, wildfires, heat waves, all of this like induced by climate change, they're all increasing in intensity and duration, increase in the frequency and severity, damage to the property, crops, multiple things. Frequency increases of extreme precipitation events. We recently had some in Chennai as well before we came. Increase in changes in disease pattern, change in lifestyles, mental health impacts, like all of these are happening all at the same time, not giving us time to adapt. That's what's happening. And when it comes to transmission of the risks, stakeholders will be affected at all levels. It does not matter whether it's a country. California recently had a tornado, and Chennai had rains. So it doesn't matter. I don't know when is the next time Indonesia comes, but I have some data from Indonesia as well. So when it comes to the risk transmission, climate-related risk, air and heat, it's an unpredictable risk. It's an unpredictable risk. Don't know what happens in the next summer. And then it has an impact on the health. And then if it has an impact on the health, then the health system is impacted. Because it's unpredictable, we are not able to predict as to how much we need to prepare for in the health system. And that has an impact on the social lives. And like I said, different levels of people are affected in different ways. So just coming down to the air pollution thing, what really happens is climate change induces earlier spring arrival. Okay, we don't wait till the right time, the season to come. Warmer temperatures are there. Changes in precipitation happens. Higher carbon dioxide concentration is something everybody speaks about now. Higher carbon dioxide concentration across the world. It's increasing from post-industrialization times. So it changes the fragile ecosystem we already have. And the environmental consequences, including reduced visibility, we can see that in Delhi. We can see that during winter season, even in Jakarta, you can see the visibility reduces. It also damages the crops and forests. This is just a small thing I'm telling. And reduced green space and water body acidification happens at a large level. You see ocean acidification happening. You see lake acidification happening. That has a very large bearing on the ecosystem around it. Poor outdoor air quality has an impact on indoor air quality as well. So people are affected who are outside, but also indoor air quality is affected. And lifestyle changes, people change their lifestyles, not trying to be outside, but being indoors to avoid outdoor air pollution. But you also have problems with indoor air quality. Air pollution's harmful effect, it affects a person from head to toe. So there is no way of getting rid of air pollution effects on people. It affects different people at different levels, that's the only thing. And the most important system that's going to get affected is the respiratory system. You might have direct effects where you'll have shortness of breath, reduced lung function. You also have transmittive effects where it takes it to a different organ and then that organ gets impacted. Short-term and long-term impacts are there that can produce adverse effects on the mortality or morbidity. Mortality is death and morbidity is diseases. Increase the incidence of adverse respiratory, cardiovascular health, including premature death in people. We will have some statistics coming up. Increased frequency and severity of allergic diseases, consequent lifestyle modifications. People start getting allergies because of the early spring. And then people try and avoid outdoors, but they also have sick building syndrome inside because the indoor air quality is very poor. It also impacts pregnancy. It impacts cognition because of the air pollution, the lead and everything. An onset of sensitivity. People get sensitive to certain kind of chemicals, certain type of allergens and everything, which all increases, which lead to new adverse health conditions. We really don't know how to tackle them because the sensitivity is a new thing that's happening. Extreme heat. We don't have to tell, everybody knows what really happens. There are different climate drivers for that. More frequent and elevated temperatures, we have prolonged heat waves. India saw the largest heat wave this year, 2024. In the month of June, we had about 14 days of heat waves in Delhi. 14 days of heat waves, and we had about 53 degrees, which is the highest. Spain had it last year, we had it this year. Exposure pathways, We have exposure to elevated temperatures, daily maximum, minimum, nighttime temperature, increased nighttime temperatures, combined impact of temperature, humidity, wind, sunlight. They all make together to say, to kind of make the changes in the region. And it's a very regional thing. If Delhi has 53 degree, doesn't mean Chennai will have 53. We might have 42. So it's a very regional thing. Health outcomes could be more frequent elevated temperatures. Sorry. And then environmental, and when you think about the environmental context, you have the city planning, you have the urban heat island effect. When I was telling about people using air conditioner and adaptation technique to make their lives better indoors, outdoor people are affected the most. And because of the carbon dioxide, because of the congestion, everything, urban heat island is a major issue when it comes to the urban centers. And access to support services, resources during extreme heat waves is also a major issue. If we do not prepare for it, then there is a problem. When it comes to the social and behavioral context, social isolation, poverty, homelessness, all of these impact people. Access to and use of air conditioning is not available for everybody. Outdoor work, recreation and commuting, all of these are impacted. Chronic illnesses, medication use, personal, physical and cognitive constraints, these all impact people who are exposed to heat. It affects some people more than the others. Workers, older population, pregnant women, frontline and migrant workers, slum dwellers, children are affected much more than the regular population and people who can afford. When it comes to extreme heat and air pollution, what are the impacts we have? Air pollution, we have some data. Air pollution from PM 2.5 causes like 200,000 premature deaths annually. And it's more likely the vulnerable people had died instead of the regular ones, the regular population. Wildfires and ground level ozone generation are anticipated to rise. So climate change is going to make it much worse. And evidence suggests that high PM 2.5 ozone and nitrogen levels will increase mortality. So this is something that we will be expecting, anticipating in future. And extreme heat accounts for roughly 489,000 deaths globally per year. And climate change related temperature rise threatens cities, urban highland effect. This summer, last summer, killed about 60,000 people. So we have issues with air pollution, we have issues with the heat. When they both collide, what really happens is what the issue we are going to see now. The ramifications or pressure on the health system, it's going to be quite large. How much ever we are prepared, it's going to be quite large because we cannot predict what exactly is going to happen when these two collide, how the synergy will be. Regional and countries' economy is going to be largely impacted because of the heat and air pollution. And it has been predicted that India will be losing about $683 billion because of just heat. We have not even calculated what is going to be the loss because of this energy. There is also growing evidence that air pollution and heat stress together constitute a greater health risk than their independent risks by themselves. Heat risks, high temperatures increase in PM 2.5 and ozone. Respiratory illness mortality is going to be high. In another study, they found excessive heat mortality risk by 6.1% and PM 2.5 by 5%. But the combined exposure was calculated to be 21%, much higher because of the synergy. One study in Jakarta attributed air pollution, including 2.5 and ground level ozone, to more than 7,000 adverse health outcomes in children, 10,000 deaths, and 5,000 hospitalizations in Jakarta, Indonesia. Here they had not taken into account the heat part. Suppose we use same Rahman et al.'s 2022 study, you can multiply it probably by another 3 times. So that is what is the actual estimate that we would be seeing. So climate projections anticipate about 60 days of extreme heat waves worldwide by 2100. It's far away. It's about 75 years away. But together with urbanization, air pollution, population vulnerability may increase heat wave related mortality without adaptation. So when we start to adapt, like I said, use of air conditioner and everything, globally everybody is thinking about it. Everybody is thinking about it, and there are conventions, the WHO air quality guidelines, which tries to directly address air pollution as a major environmental health risk, and whether we need to comply with certain types of adaptation measures. All of this is happening. Same thing with United UNEP program that also kind of supports international air quality standards so that emissions will be reduced. All of these are happening, but everything has gaps in it. Just to summarize the gaps, existing air quality standards often focus on particulate matter, but they also neglect black carbon because of its increased radiative force. And policies do not sufficiently address emissions from small-scale informal industries. Weak enforcement happens, these industries are not being properly monitored, so the enforcement is something that is lacking. Lack of cross-sectional collaboration, because the sectors do not collaborate, and so the final outcome is not the best. When it comes to heat, again, the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, which recognizes heat waves as a major issue, and then it encourages national and government to include heat preparedness. Heat is something that's very hard to control. We can't have an umbrella under the sun. So there is only adaptation and preparedness measures that can be done. And then when it comes to the Montreal Protocol, it tries to reduce the HFCs so that, heat and air pollution together will be less. Again, they have the Sustainable Development Goals, where again, climate change drives extreme heat affecting health. So what can we do about it? So they have their own sustainable goals. The Paris Agreement again, as global temperatures rise, heat waves are becoming more frequent and severe, making this agreement critical for addressing underlying causes. So how can we be prepared for all that? But again, all of these have gaps as well. Limited implementation in the rural and marginalized communities. Like I said, the urban people, the well-to-do people, the people who have the resources are much more protected compared to people who are in the rural and marginalized areas. And of course, there is lack of gender-specific strategies. Some women are affected more than men. And then that is not addressed in this. Gaps in the infrastructure, cooling facilities are not available for the marginalized communities, limited promotion and implementation of green infrastructure, which is happening at a very, very small level, need to be more localized, and real-time heat warning systems. Heat warning systems come maybe 3 days earlier, but there is no time for preparedness. And so there are lots of gaps in those. I'll be done. Adaptations and inequities are there when it comes to these gaps too. So when we start thinking about adaptations, health inequities happening at a different level. There is this concept of triple jeopardy that happens with people who are marginalized. They are marginalized at different levels. So their vulnerabilities also increase at different levels. National level burden estimates mask the local variations. So something is done at India level, it does not take into context Chennai level or at a village level. So those things, that way the vulnerable population are anyway affected. Some stakeholders are more at risk because of the differential exposure vulnerability, differential susceptibilities. For example, pregnant women are much more affected by heat and air pollution compared to a regular person. Okay. And the interaction with wider health determinants is also not considered when it comes to heat. So when you're wanting to develop some regulatory program for adaptation, it has to be done in a very systematic manner. It has to identify and assess public policy issues first, setting objectives and expected results. Okay, expected, doable, feasible results. That's very important. And then we need to select the instrument that is going to really work. And then selecting, designing, and assessing the regulatory responses, because if it has to be rolled out at different levels, then it has to have a regulatory response to. We have to analyze, impact, and ensure and benefit, justify cost. At the end of the day, it's all about cost. Do we justify what we spend for? And planning for implementation and compliance with the regulatory. Like I said, enforcement is very weak when it comes to regulatory responses. Measuring, reporting on the performance. Is it really working? The money that we are spending on heat action plans or air pollution reduction, is it really working? Evaluating, reviewing the regulations, and it's a cycle again. It doesn't stop one time. India is spending a lot of money on adaptations because of climate change. It's all about climate change, adaptation schemes for reducing poverty and alleviation, crop improvement research, all after this climate change thing started. And if you can see the amount that we'll be, and this is from 2017, 2024 probably the numbers are different, and the amount of money that we spend on these, if we start spending on people, start spending on infrastructure, start spending on green infrastructure, things would be so much better. For example, one of the things that the money that's well spent is the primary heat intervention policy instrument, the heat action plans. We have the early warning systems. We have the public awareness campaigns to protect people from themselves. Healthcare preparedness, community outreach, and cooling centers. All this were done in select states of India. And one of the very, very success stories, a classic success story of intersectoral collaboration happened in Ahmedabad city. And it is a real success story when it comes to heat reduction. Reduction in all-cause mortality happened. Decrease in heat stroke cases and death happened. And the pre-heat action plan relative risk of mortality was 2.34 post. HA means it reduced much less. And at 47 degree, we are talking about 47 degree, all this was done. And estimated, the annualized average deaths were avoided in the post-HAP period. So, money well spent with intersectoral collaboration and regulatory enforcement and compliance really has an impact, is what is the message that we want to take. How do we tackle this pollution and heat via adaptation and intervention is what it is. Risk reduction to zero pollution and climate adaptation has really worked in many countries. Cutting air pollution emissions using smart transportation, heating, agriculture, everything doing it smart means trying to reduce on the emissions. Prepare for heat waves. Like I said, heat is something that you cannot control, so let's prepare for it. Heat action plans and early warning systems. National and local plans to raise awareness, especially among the vulnerable groups, as to how they can protect themselves more than how their role is to protect themselves more than to try and reduce the emissions. Develop urban green space in schools, encourage all of that. Greener spaces, encourage walking, cycling, because many people are trying to protect themselves from heat and air pollution. They are staying indoors. There is a lot of lifestyle changes that have happened that has a major impact on the social lives. And solar blinds, reflecting roofs and facades for energy efficiency. Energy is going to be another important issue that's going to affect the world when it comes to climate change. So how can we be energy efficient? Mechanical ventilation, so that your indoor is going to be a little more cleaner, so that you don't have the sick building syndrome. So few things can be done. Some final thoughts, I'm almost done. Beyond the direct physical dangers, air pollution and heat wave exert a profound emotional and mental toll. So the social lives of people are going to be affected. For example, people who are living in apartments with not good indoor air quality are affected by depression because of the sick building syndrome. So there is a lot of impact that people will have because of these two. There are stark disparities experienced. Reflect deeply seated social inequities, which cannot be modified soon. But what can be done to make sure this socially low people can be helped? The coming health crisis due to extreme condition need to be understood as an issue closely related to socioeconomic vulnerabilities. The people who are affected, the pregnant women, the older people, the people with comorbidities, the workers, all of these, the people who are afflicted because of climate change is happening because the social economic vulnerabilities, and that's an important area that needs to be followed up. Prioritizing women's health and well-being is a very crucial step in building the resilient and sustainable future. Preparedness to support the health system, because like I said, we can't predict what's going to happen. So preparing the healthcare providers to actually do their jobs is one of the important things to recognize and manage the climate change illnesses. A concerted and intersectoral effort is needed managing heat illnesses and health risks. Thank you very much. Policies, protection, preparedness is what is going to protect us from climate change. Thank you from my India HEAT team.
Thank you so much, Professor Vidya. One more time, please give a round of applause for Professor Vidya. Thank you very much, Professor. This is an interesting and important topic. And I believe that it's fact that currently we are facing air pollution. This is real. It's fact that we are facing air pollution that can have a negative impact on our health from head to toe, just like what Professor Vidya just told to us. And there are interventions that we can do, and this is our obligation to solve the air pollution together, right, Professor? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the discussion session. So, if you have a question, please raise your hand and state your name first. Anyone? Comedy, could you help me please to give the microphone to the audience?
Check, check.
Okay, good morning, Professor Vidya. Yeah, my name is Jimmy. I'm a student from Binawan University, Public Health Magister Program. Nice to see you. Okay, really it is an indeed interesting lecture, I can say like that, right? This lecture, we got a lot of data about climate change, especially in terms of air pollution and heat. And I just know that combination is not really good. And for my experience in our country, in industrial side, we work whether it is indoor or outdoor altogether. And most of the time we exposed to both air pollution and heat. So based on your data, what will be your suggestion for the mitigation? Especially because I heard about some with comorbidity, maybe this old people or pregnancy, but especially for the industrial area, for the workforce, because we are forced to do that, working it indoor and outdoor. And the second one is, as a student, just reflecting to me, what will be our contribution then? Yeah, I think that's all the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, Professor Vidya, you can answer.
Interesting question. I am very passionate about workers because I work in the area of occupational health, and thanks for the question. What we can do to mitigate is as a student, you can start looking for innovations. You're in public health medicine. You can start looking innovations as to how you can try and reduce. Outdoor air pollution is something that you cannot control right now. It has to be done at a larger level, at an industry level. But when it comes to indoor air pollution, is there anything that you can do? You can start working on innovations as to how we already have few air pollution filtering equipments and everything. But is there something that you can do? Like I said, when you're speaking about industries, the large industries have the resources to actually put large good equipments to actually clean their air. But what about the small and medium enterprises? We have lots of them in Indonesia. I know I have visited some of those. Their indoor air quality is not the best. Same thing in India as well. So is there anything that as a student you can work towards purifying the air inside to an extent? And also trying to see how you can do some adaptation measures for reducing the heat. Because when the heat is high, even the chemicals and everything or like volatile chemicals are up in the air, and it's the the workers start to respire it, and so that way their exposures are also very, very high. But when it comes to large industries, if they have the resources, they should have a little bit higher budget for safety and health. Usually they have some budget for safety, but not so much for health. So the industrial hygiene components, I have worked with Dr. Anna in working in some of the industries to reduce heat in packaging industries and in the steel industry, right? So we have given recommendations to those industries as to how it can be done. So how workers can be protected from those exposures. That's all we can do. When it comes to outdoor, we have very, very less choice as about exposures. And it's very easy for me to say they should give them PPEs, but with the heat, will you be able to continue wearing those PPEs is a question. So simple individualistic measures to cool yourself, including having cooling foods or something that at an individual level you can raise awareness. And you are a public health medicine student. So raising awareness how to people protect themselves is the first step, I would think, would kind of help the vulnerable population, in fact. But workers are like as vulnerable as pregnant women and older people, because like I said, they have to continue working. So again, those are the small things we can do. And the labor ministry, can start enforcing a little bit more stronger policies for labor protection is another thing that we can do. But again, all of these will take a little bit longer time compared to what individual level people can protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So raising our awareness is very important for us. Okay, another question? Okay, please.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Raisa Adrisumeswari, and I am a nursing student. Currently, I am in the last semester, the 7th semester. One of the class I take this semester is about global nursing update, and about the thing you just talked about, the air pollution. I read about some journals about how scientists found that in the past 3 years, it is found that actually trees hasn't been collecting carbon dioxide. So that's why it's one of the reasons why the climate change was so bad nowadays. I just wanted to ask, what would be your suggestion? How us as a healthcare worker let our voice to be heard by the government about how concerning it is, how the pollution affect us, and how in Indonesia tuberculosis is one of the highest illness that children get here. So I would like to know what is your suggestion, how the government can listen to our concern. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, Professor.
Very interesting question. Thank you very much for the nursing lecturer. I am not an expert on tuberculosis, so I would be able to give any comment on it. But when it comes to you reading a journal about the trees not collecting carbon dioxide, I think it's all because it's completely saturated. When something is saturated, it's very difficult for it to collect it. We have cut down so many trees. Deforestation happens even in Indonesia, right? So we have cut down so many trees, and deforestation is at its largest right now. And because of the wildfires and everything, we are having less of all of these. So we, as university people, if you want to raise an issue to the government, I personally think we need to do some action. I mean, government cannot come to every house and plant a tree. And again, you know the carbon sinks are definitely green plants and water bodies. So is there anything as university students, you people can take action along with NGOs in making this planting happen? This is happening in India as well. There are NGOs which take up this kind of activities, cleaning up the lakes and planting. Even our university does that. We have planted about 1 million plants, trees in different areas. So efforts have to come from our end for the government to see what is, if something positive is happening. Just raising by telling, you know, oh, we need to be heard is not going to work. Now the onus is on us. It's our planet. You want to be protected, you better take action on your own. And I think that's when the government hears you. The government sees it, and then those your concerted efforts will be multiplied by the government. So that, you know, that's the way I think the university should lead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it can start from this small action, and it's getting bigger and bigger, so other people will follow us to solve the air pollution. So finally, the government will see us that we as the society do it seriously. I think that's important.
That happens in every country. We are running out of space, right? So, and again, we are just expanding and expanding. See, what can be done is, I'm not saying that you should go in a protected land and start putting plants. It can be done in a university level. It can be done in reclaimed lands. We have like all these waste reclamation lands, where we can actually take an effort. And see, when the positive things happen, government will definitely start looking at things positively. Like I said, we should not become activists. I'm not saying we should not. We don't have to be activists to be heard. We can just do the right things, and then things will be noticed. It will be multiplied, and then, you know, it will become a movement. And then we'll become activists, actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such an interesting question. Anyone? Anything else? Okay, in front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Mrs. Vidya and Mr. Gilang. May I introduce myself? My name is Liz Nurhaida. I am student nursing program in Binawan. And my question, how can our immune system adapt even to extreme climate change? That's all. And I think enough. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is your question, how does our immune system adapt to the extreme heats?
Extreme
Is that what?
Climate change.
And climate change? Okay. Very hard question. Thank you very much. Very short question, but a hard question to answer. Adaptation can happen at different ways. I would assume that you are asking for at an individual level, right? Individual level, when it comes to, see, nature has actually shown its way. Nature has already shown how you have to adapt. Okay, you have seasonal fruits coming, and then we go and get the apples from the market at a higher price, but we do not go back and fall back on the seasonal fruits that are being sold, right? So nature already has given us, during this season, this is what one has to eat. These are the things that are better to be eaten, and these are the things that we can protect ourselves, right? So we kind of ignore it, and we have started looking at the world differently, and those are one of the major reasons for our bodies not adapting to the climate change. I would not say climate change, but I would say heat. I'm a heat expert, so let me stick to heat. Air pollution is something that it's very difficult for us to adapt to, unless you cover your respiratory system and you don't let the thing. But when it comes to heat, there are easier adapting methodologies, very simple. Even a worker and a vulnerable slum dweller, a person who is old, a homeless person, a migrant worker, all of us can adapt right now. There are simple methodologies. I can discuss with you after this as well. But the kind of what goes in is better. If it's good, what comes out is better. In terms of health responses, I would rather say traditional cooling foods is one of the ways body can actually adapt to the heat. We are trying to generate evidence about people having traditional cooling foods. Like Indonesia has its own traditional cooling foods. India has its own traditional cooling foods. How people are more protected by having the traditional cooling foods compared to what they eat during heat, a pizza, right? For example, let me put it in very simple terms. A pizza takes about 12 hours for it to digest in your stomach. While it's digesting, it's actually generating heat inside your body. When you take a cucumber, it takes about half an hour to digest. And while it's digesting, it's actually releasing it's taking away the heat from the body. So which is a better way to adapt? Simple, straight. Like I said, we have not done laboratory experiments, but with literature, this is what we have found. There are lots of cooling foods that are available. At an individual level, that is the first step I would take in protecting ourselves. In fact, you will be interested to see one of my students presenting the importance of traditional cooling foods in the afternoon. She's presenting it. At an individual level, at a slum dweller level, at a worker level, how can you protect yourselves is by protecting yourself with what you take inside and how you cover yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause, please. Prof. Vidya, I'm sad to say that we just reached the end of this discussion session. So before I close this discussion session, do you have a closing statement for the participants, please?
Other than your attention and thanks, I think it's a wonderful gathering, and there is definitely ways for all youngsters here to make a difference through Benawan University, because the leadership here is so good. You can definitely make a positive difference when it comes to climate change and changing the social lives of even some small community around you. I think that would be the way that we should do. Me and our team in Ramchandra University, that's what we try to do. Try and make a small difference in what we actually do, so that, that spreads, that pass it around, it spreads. And that way I would urge all of you to join hands with the Public Health Department, Dr. Anna Surya and others, and try and see what small change you can make to make somebody's life a little bit better when it comes to climate change related issues. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for the useful knowledge that you just gave to us. And I would like to invite you to take a break and listen to other speakers deliver their presentation. Give a round of applause, please, once again for Professor Vidya. Thank you so much, Professor. Okay, are you guys still excited? Okay. We will move on to the second speaker, but I don't know where is the Zoom. Where should I look at? We will have Professor Erwin Faller. Good morning, Professor. Could you hear me, please? Could you hear me, Professor? I cannot hear the voice.
Okay.
Okay, good
Can
morning,
you hear me
Professor.
now? Good morning, selamat pagi to everyone.
Selamat pagi. Okay. Could you hear me clearly, Professor?
Yes, I can clearly hear you, crystal clear.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. So, we will have Professor Erwin Faller, but unfortunately, Professor Erwin Faller cannot come to Binawan University to address his topic offline because of the bad weather, I guess, Professor. So we are sending our best prayer for you, for your family, and other Filipino there, Professor.
Thank you very much, terima kasih to everyone for your prayers.
So, Professor Erwin Faller is a director of internationalization and linkage and professor in pharmacy in San Pedro College, Davao City, Philippines, and in the Graduate School of Centro Escolar University, Manila. He is a visiting professor in Bournemouth University, United Kingdom. He was a former senior lecturer at Management and Science University at Nsegi University, School of Pharmacy, Malaysia, and a former Dean of Tagum Doctors College Pharmacy Department, Philippines. He is a distinguished fellow of the Royal Institute of Pharmacy, Singapore, and associate member of the National Research Council of the Philippines. He is also a fellow of the U.S.-ASEAN University Connection Initiative, a White House initiative of the United States Department, and currently he is a registered pharmacist contributing innovations in areas of pharmacy education, hospital, community, and non-governmental organization. And Professor Erwin Faller completed his doctoral education at the University of the Immaculate Conception, specializing in pharmacy education. So he is a very spectacular, very amazing speaker for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Erwin Faller will deliver material or topic related to current issues in tourism. Lesson learned from pandemic disease preparedness. This is about tourism. I love to talk about tourism. Let's travel together, Dr. Anna, another lecturer. So, Professor, you have 25 minutes to deliver your presentation, and I would like to remind you 10 and 5 minutes before the time's up. And I will very happy if all the audience will keep paying attention during the discussion, okay? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Erwin Faller.
Yes, thank you very much to our very handsome MC, and thank you very much to Binawan University for allowing me to be invited on this very interesting and of course very exciting conference that we have with WCHSS. Now, first of all, I would like to thank our good friend of mine, Dr. Anna, and of course to the administrators and staff of Binawan University. And of course, I would like to thank also my co-guests and speakers a while ago talking about climate change, and also to all that are here, no, the students and the students and staff of Binawan University, and of course to the guests that are here for today. Let me actually share with the slide for today. So can I now share my screen? Okay, I think there is some technical problem that I have. Let me actually share my screen for a while. Now, just want to have a kind of a survey first to all. Which country have you visited after or post pandemic? May I ask in the audience first before I will share my screen because I think there are some technicalities that I have here. Maybe I send it to Dr. Anna the slides for today. Okay. So while I'm actually trying to share my screen, so I would like to ask anyone from here who is brave enough to share to me after the post-pandemic or the post-pandemic, what countries have you visited? May I ask from the audience, please? Okay.
Test. Test. Please.
Maybe some jalan-jalan moments with other country?
The other country?
What countries have you visited?
Oh,
Like
Germany.
Japan, perhaps?
Some audience,
Germany.
some students,
Oh.
some audience here just went to Germany.
Oh, Germany. Wow. Right. Okay.
So most of our class, actually half of the university student got the chance to visit Europe. We went to, I think some went to Paris, went to the Netherlands, some visited Swiss, but mostly we all went to Germany.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, we call it the
Pandemic.
Philippines. Yeah, wow. Okay, we call it in the Philippines hashtag Sana All, meaning I hope everyone will be able to go to Germany and of course in the US for that. So I think majority of you are quite very go jalan-jalan with other country after the post-pandemic. Actually, we have benefits and also I mean advantages and disadvantages along the process of having the pandemic. But of course, we must be able to learn lessons then, no? After pandemic. And of course, in the education, it becomes more flexible. We have synchronous and asynchronous. If you can still remember, during the time of pandemic, always in online. But right now, it is actually more with a hybrid format. You can go to other countries, okay, other countries, and then have your jalan-jalan there while you are learning also. Okay, maybe from the organizer can share my screen because I think there are some technicalities. Okay. 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 So I think they be able to share the screen. Is it already shared from the organizer? Thank you very much. So I just want to tell you a story while okay. Okay. I think I cannot share my screen. I think there's some technicalities of the Zoom. I think it mentioned here because I'm using a MacBook. So maybe you can share the screen if it is possible. Yeah.
Wait for a moment, Professor.
Okay, yeah, I think there is a screen already. Now, I just want to tell you a story. Supposed to be yesterday afternoon. I was already in the airport, and suddenly, actually, the flight attendant already mentioned to give us a free snacks during our travel during the before the departure and all. So I was really happy because there's a free snacks, but unfortunately that was a sign already that there's something going on in the airplane. It's quite very vulnerable. It's quite very volatile. Then when the attendant mentioned that our flight was already canceled, right? It's so sad, right? If that would be the case, oh my God, I cannot go jalan-jalan in Indonesia, Jakarta, for that. No, so Our topic is quite very relevant today because this is more on the current issues about what is going on in tourism and how does it relate in terms of public health. I'm one of the public health specialists. I'm a pharmacist by profession. And looking at all the lessons that we have during the pandemic and how we be able to prepare ourselves then in this post-pandemic, and I hope and I pray that it will not anymore come back, this pandemic, right? But that will be a hope. We never know will come as long as we'll be able to prepare then ourselves with regards to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So I am Professor Dr. Erwin M. Palier, the Academic Director of Holy Child Center Colleges here in Sorala. So in the previous slide, please, I would like to acknowledge first that we gather here today to continue our learning journey together. And I would like to acknowledge first that in the Philippines, where I actually stay right now, is actually dominated by the indigenous people as our traditional custodian of the land upon which we meet, and the Holy Child Center Colleges is located. We respect and honor the laws that were made in the Philippines for indigenous people, and we pay our respect to our elders, both past and present and future, and acknowledge their spiritual connection to us and, of course, the country. Next slide, please. So this is actually our location of Holy Child Central Colleges. We are in Sorala, and that is why I put this because I would like to urge our students here, maybe faculty of Binawan University and those that are visitors here, to come to Sorala. This is located in Mindanao. So this is with a diverse population of indigenous people, our Muslim population, and of course Christian population here. We have the Lake Holon, which is one of the UNESCO heritage also for us, the Seven Falls, wonder of Lake Cebu, and of course this is one of the bountiful, most diverse, and of course the premier in terms of also tourism in the country also. So that is Sorala in South Cotabato, Mindanao. Next slide, please. So I would like first to congratulate our organizers of the WCHSS for this very successful World Conference on Health and Social Sciences. Supposed to be I'm there, but unfortunately, on the next slide, I'm so sad, because this is quite very, on the spot for me to have a virtual, but supposed to be having face-to-face with you. Next slide, please. I actually went in Jakarta last few years ago, but I want to go there. Maybe Dr. Anna actually told me to offer me, a lecture on the next year. Maybe I'll be there, face to face with you. So usually when I travel in Japan, in Korea, last few weeks ago I was in China. Oh no, it's very hot, very very hot. I think of climate change in different countries that I went to, like for example in Malaysia, in Sarawak, it's very very hot. Even in China, because of maybe of the climate change last a few weeks and last month ago. So usually when we travel, we have this e-travel for us to have this health declaration. So we usually put all the health condition and which country have we traveled. I think also in other countries they have this, but some of the country already deleted this one and have the extensive health declaration during the time when they enter into a particular country. Next slide, please. So very sad because this is quite very, this is supposed to be my travel today. I'm located in the, in Mindanao, the very southern part of the Philippines. So from General Santos City, the airport, going into Manila. So how ironic it is. I need to go to the central Manila and then going into the Jakarta. And usually, most of the time, I have 8 o'clock in the evening to have this travel going to Jakarta. But unfortunately, I cannot pass on because General Santos, our flight was already canceled due to bad weather. We have a typhoon here in the Philippines. And also our airplane is a little bit having technical problems along the way. So this is the map we're in. Supposedly I'm going at this point. Okay, next slide, please. So this is quite very vulnerable. As we all know, we are living in a VUCA world. I know all of you are already resilient, adaptive, of this time. Very VUCA, very volatile, uncertain, very complex, and of course, very ambiguous. No, so that can be replaced if we are all prepared, and of course, we have a vision then that pandemic will not happen again, or if that will happen, we are already prepared and we understand the situation. All of us understand and are aware of what we are doing not to prevent this pandemic, and we are clear about what are some of the preparations that we have for the pandemic, and all of us are alert, agile then in terms of this pandemic. Next slide, please. So with this VUCA world, we understand, according to Antonio Gutierrez, the United Nations Secretary General, way back in 2023, mentioned, and I quote, that the world must prepare for the next pandemic and act on lessons learned from the COVID-19. I think even in our education, business, tourism, everything learned really about the pandemic. And that is where we'll be able to have this point of the post-pandemic wherein we apply what we have learned from the past. This is a new era of new development for us, maybe with the use of artificial intelligence, with the use of robotics, maybe perhaps with this, with technology, we'll be able to surpass and learn more and be prepared more about this pandemic that we have. There is a book actually from Cather et al. On how to prepare for the next pandemic, and looking at social science on behavioral science insight for practitioners and policymakers. Next slide, please. So in this case of the pandemic that we have, it is all about human and of course animals, no? That is looking at mutation, how does it actually goes into the body and change with it and become, modified. And this is where the pandemic outbreak goes. Because from, as we all know, from the bat, it goes into the human, and of course, that actually transform and and then genetically mutated and have different strains that we have. Like, for example, some zoonotic diseases that we have, like the SARS-CoV-2. We have also the Ebola virus. We have also HIV and AIDS, the virus that are into humans, and of course other diseases that are come from zoonotic places. And of course, we have also environmental factors and host factors that can contribute then to the pandemic outbreak, according to Lakshmi et al. And beyond. Okay, next slide, please. So with this pandemic that we have, it really exposes the healthcare system, and that is limited in terms of healthcare providers, facilities that we have in the hospital, and a very expensive healthcare system, especially in Southeast Asia. No? So it really exposed all of us, there might be limited physicians, there are limited resources for, like for example, universal health care, and that is the verge then to implement the universal care. We have also our, aging population that we have, no? And there's a lot of factors that may affect the success that we have in terms of preparing ourselves for the pandemic. And that is where it is all about systematic approach. It's not only about one sector like the tourism, but it is all about the system, the ecosystem that we have, no? Connecting with business to tourism, health to tourism, and of course, other factors that may affect in terms of, the mindset of human being, no? In terms of the places that we have, the culture, no? And etc. So it all go beyond, no? Not only on scientific matters, but also on social determinants, behavior, awareness, the knowledge, the perception towards COVID-19 vaccines, no? The hesitancy, no? And of course, the perception of human being, to COVID-19 preparation, and of course, vaccination. Next slide, please. So with this one, we may say that on the next slide, we may say that we have actually have a lot of things that we have done to really mitigate the COVID-19 or the pandemic during that time. Yes, we are successful with all the quarantine, hand washing techniques that we applied, no? And of course, social distancing, no? And of course, how we'll be able to protect ourselves, no? From this pandemic. It may not be enough because it must have a collaboration then, not to all the people, and of course the biodiversity, and of course the system that we have, no? So everything must be interrelated, no? In terms of preparation and of course protection of humankind, no? In terms of the pandemic, according to Hall et al. In 2020. Next slide. So with this particular strategy to cope with diffusion of COVID-19 and other similar epidemics, there are ways how we'll be able to mitigate, to cope up with this kind of diffusion. Our main goal then is to really to stop transmission dynamics according to Kosha Mario in 2021, no? On the book on his particular topic on pandemic prevention, the lessons from COVID-19. These are the implementation of the wide range of COVID-19 testing to detect in terms of SARS-CoV-2, to trace, to contain, to stop outbreaks, and mainly in the airport and all. That is why there are a large camera to detect your body temperature, because it will detect if there might be symptomatic or asymptomatic individuals that we have, no? And that can be called by the attention of the police or the immigration, no? If you have increased body temperature, and that is where you'll be able to be tested. When I went to China, it's fully automated. There are a lot of cameras with artificial intelligence, and when they actually detected body, increasing body temperature, they beyond 37 degrees Celsius, then of course they easily call the attention, and they usually went to the center or to the area, to the medical area for certain detection for COVID-19, no? And there might be in-depth epidemiological investigation of the infected individuals, the tracing in terms of their family, relatives, colleagues, and those that are associated with the individual having positive COVID-19, no? And of course, the quarantine and home isolation of infected individuals individuals, surveillance and monitoring of different groups, not to reduce in terms of mortality rate in a society. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to this, there might be relationship in terms of those zoonotic diseases emergence, no, from those animals like the bat, no, the monkey, and all, no, they may be actually interrelated to us, and that is why the call of one health. One health doesn't mean that it is only that humans are need to survive in this kind of pandemic, no, but then of course with animals also that needs to be protected. The biodiversity must be protected because all of it are of interconnected and sometimes they are overlapping to one another. Trade, intensified livestock production, which have a lot of vaccines and all. And of course, the land is converted into housing subdivision. It becomes urbanized. It has an effect in terms of the diseases later on of a certain community. And of course, that was mentioned a while ago and reiterated about climate change that may affect on re-emerging and emerging of a new diseases, the zoonotic diseases that can be a threat later on in public health, like the COVID-19 pandemic that we have, that may affect directly or indirectly. It has actually interrelated, interrelationship with our nature, with the biodiversity. As long as we destroy our biodiversity, it has emergence and re-emergence of more and more diseases later on. No? The monkeypox, no, and other diseases that we have. Next slide, please. Now, this is a call according to Bedford et al. On the new 21st century science for effective epidemic response according to nature, no? So in that sense, it has relationship, human, environment, and animal also. All of it are interconnected. And that is why, as stressed and reiterated a while ago of the climate change, this is a call, yes, this is a call to all of us in terms of one health. One in terms of human, environment, and animal, to have this kind of interrelationship to one another, protecting our biodiversity, our, our human being, no, and of course the animal. Next slide, please. So these are some of the literatures regarding One Health, and publications would say contributing to One Health. This is a call to all of us, no? All of us, because the destruction of an environment resulted into a destruction of human race. We will be extinct if there is no protection then of our biodiversity. Next slide, please. So are some of the publications regarding crisis. This actually affect in terms of tourism. As we cut trees, as we destroy our environment, of course, tourism will also go down, no? And of course, what can they see in your area, no, can also affect, no? What we've done in your country may also affect on what is the tourism all about, no? And may affect also in the health of human being. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to this, we build in terms of destination resilience. What is that destination resilience? To become self-sufficient using actually organic and biodiverse friendly, no? And of course, we'll be able to have sustainable uniqueness and flexible and adaptive to a particular crisis. No? And that is why there are cases, the growing population of individuals are more into group tour, no? And of course, not only about individual too, because they are securing for insurance, etc., no? And that can really change in terms of tourism in the country. Next slide, please. Now,
Professor?
moving on to this, we
Professor?
actually Yes, resilience model for a destination support. So what Pattaya have experienced, these are the things that to be done to become prepared, no? To collaborate to one another so that very important, the government support, the policies of the country is very important. Next slide, please. Now, in 5 minutes of time, I'll be able to go into artificial intelligence. So this is all about artificial intelligence. No need to have human detection because sometimes human detection are quite biased. No? And that is where AI matters. No, we're in the body temperature detected using AI. So individuals are there, no, to be the next slide, please. So we have also, this one. Are they safe? Are not they safe? They are close. What would be the probability of infections? And pandemic will actually, if there might be too close, no, whatsoever. Next slide, please. That is all about artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. So you can see here also, there are different AI that can be used in tourism to detect in terms of diseases, no? And that can be bioanalyzed by the artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. In the next slide, you can see how artificial intelligence will be able to detect using a diverse data banking or database. And of course, that can be manipulated using also with high caliber equipments using artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. So these are ways how we'll be able to collect with the data and analyze by the AI if it is positive or negative, then what's the rate of risk infections and how we'll be able to mitigate it. Next slide, please. So these are the rules then of robotic system wherein they are part in the protection of equipments, establishing more on protective equipments that we have, and of course, what do actually comparison with the robot. Robots are quite very efficient, no, in terms of detecting and mitigating in terms of this pandemic also. So we'll be able to use technology later on to make sure that robots will be able to, kind of assist us with this. Next slide, please. So these are the things that to be able to do. Next slide and all. So I think collaboration is the key then in terms of preparation. We'll be able to develop more skills, strengthen the resources that we have, especially on establishing good vaccines in the country. And we need to be technologically advanced to develop certain vaccines, to be aware and educate ourselves and be adaptive and resilient in terms of this kind of disaster. And we need to have sustainable policies in the government, have a good framework, and of course, certification program for individuals. So I think that's all from my part. Next slide. So these are some of the strategies for COVID-19 vaccine. So very important that maybe in Indonesia, in the Philippines, we'll be able to strengthen more, have more resources for vaccine, development of vaccines, and patent it, have these intellectual properties. That's why quite very expensive, the vaccines that we have, and of course, a proper distribution of vaccines all over the country to mitigate also death or loss to individuals. Next slide, please. So this is how we're able to have tourism as part, all of it in the tourism industry must be able to work together with healthcare providers to mitigate in terms of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide that I have. So we need to be able to ensure our students, our local leaders, the policy that we have, must be crossing all over our ecosystem, to have a better and of course prepared and resilient and adaptive society that we have. And that is what we call it one health, one with nature, one with biodiversity, one with human, and one with nature with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Give a round of applause, please, for Professor Erwin Valer. Tourism, I believe that tourism is a very important aspect, Professor. So we need more consideration, especially after the last disease outbreak. So, Professor Erwin Fowler, we will move to the discussion session. So, to the participants who have any question, please raise your hand and state your name first. Attention, please. Okay, for all the participants who have a question, please raise your hand. We will discuss about the tourism. This is one of important things. Anyone? Please raise your hand. Anyone? Okay, for the participants in Zoom meeting, do you have any question? I cannot see the Zoom.
I think that they are very eager, no, to learn, and I think it's clear for them. I think I would like to give the final statement that we have. I would like to urge everyone, no, to really have this advocacy of One Health, and that is why we have this World Conference to make it sure that we are one in terms of our biodiversity, and of course, that's why there's a lot of climate changes that we have, and these are coming actually the diseases from zoonotic. I hope that everyone will be able to protect our biodiversity. And I would like to urge also those that are interested to go to the Philippines. In Holy Child Center Colleges, we have mobility program also. So if you are interested, you can actually contact the organizer if you are intended to have this kind of faculty or student exchanges that we have.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Give a round of applause, please, for Professor Erwin Fowler. Thank you, Professor.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. And thank you for the useful topic, Professor. I will let you to take a break and listen to the next speaker delivering her topic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one more speaker in this session in this morning. Maybe I will ask the committee for maybe 2 minutes for the audience to stand up. Please stand up, stand up, stand up. Please move your body, move your body, move your head. Do the relaxation, please. Move your head, please. Move your head, move your body, move your hips. Okay? Move your hips. You can give a massage for someone next to you. Give the massage. Someone next to you. Move your body. Okay? We can go back. We can go back to the topic. Okay? If you are done, you can sit again. Please back to sit. Okay, please back sit. We will listen to other speaker. This is the last speaker in this morning. Okay, we can go back to the topic. Okay, we can go back to the topic. We will move to the last speaker. We still have one more speaker. She is Dr. Anna Suraya, PhD. Before I invite Dr. Anna, I will read her resume. She is a lecturer. Currently, she is a lecturer at the Occupational Health and Safety 3 program. Pay attention, please. Pay attention, please. Audience. Okay. Dr. Anna Suraya, PhD. She is a lecturer at the Occupational Health and Safety 3 program, Binawan University. She is a consultant in occupational health and safety and was a consultant at UNICEF. She completed her occupational medicine specialist at Universitas Indonesia and doctoral program in international health Ludwig Maximilian University, Germany. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Ana Suraya. Okay. Before we move to the topic, Dr. Ana, how is your feeling about today's conference?
Actually, I'm so moving. Yeah, because it's like 6 months hard work. You know, today is just like one day of the result of hard work of more than 6 months. I quite moving and feel so blessed that all of you gather here to have this conference. Thank you so much for all of you.
Very amazing. Give applause for Dr. Ana and all the committee, and of course, Binawan University. Okay. Dr. Ana will deliver the topic regarding protecting Indonesian people from asbestos. Dr. Ana, you have 25 minutes to deliver your presentation, and I would like to remind you 10 and 5 minutes before the time's up. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ana.
Thank you, Pak Moderator, for introducing me. Thank you, everybody. Hello, good morning. Are you still awake and curious to learn something new? Okay. I thank you so much for giving me opportunity to speak, to talk, to share with you actually our work in the field of asbestos. You know, I have been working in asbestos matter since 2016, and now we kind of expand our work into the exposure asbestos during natural disaster. So I would like to share about how to protect people from asbestos exposure during natural disaster. I would like you to raise your hand if you have ever heard about asbestos.
Anyone? Raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So,
Dr. Ana, on the right. On the right, someone.
So, we have like 400 people here, and only like 0.1% all of you know about asbestos, is it right? So all of you know about asbestos? Okay, thank you. Then give applause to all of you if you know about asbestos. Okay, my presentation will cover about what is asbestos and then how the condition now about asbestos in Indonesia and about asbestos-related risks during disaster, some key strategies for protecting people, and what Binawan do actually to protect people from asbestos exposure during disaster, and call for your action. Oh, sorry. Someone in operation, can you help me to play this video? Yeah, let's have a look at this. This is asbestos. Yeah, just click. Then nothing happened. Okay. Oop.
The green shimmer of a fresh picked sample indicates the richness of this magic mineral. Asbestos is the product of nature's factory and has unique qualities, for it will neither burn nor decay and is impervious to water.
Yeah, actually, some echo. Asbestos actually just a stone. But once we call it like a magic stone. Magic because what? Because asbestos can be a fiber that's so valued by industry. Once. However, that stones are easily to break down into tiny fibers, airborne fibers, that when we inhale the fibers and the fibers become lodged into our lungs, resulted in serious health issues, including cancer. It is actually strong material, yet flexible, binding, adhesive, and has excellent resistance to heat, cold, and chemical. Industry love this kind of material actually. This is some product of asbestos in Indonesia. Do you know that asbestos can cause cancer? Now raise your hand. Do you have any asbestos in your house? No? In your roof? Do you have asbestos roof in your house? Yes. No. Congratulations for the yes one. And you should be careful for the no one. Okay? This is product, asbestos product circulating in Indonesia. Mostly, or more than 90% of asbestos product circulating in Indonesia in the form of construction material. Mostly asbestos roof, asbestos pipe, asbestos knock, or some sheet of asbestos. Be careful with that. And small amount of asbestos gasket or asbestos tape, asbestos cloth, or even gloves. Be careful if you work in hot, machine or like welding process. Some clothes or gloves actually made from asbestos. Oh. I would like you to take your smartphone, and then go to online shop. Go to online shop. Maybe Shopee or Tokopedia or Bukalapak. Or, no, there is no promotion, but just go to the online shop and then type asbestos. Type asbestos. Come on, type asbestos in your online shop that appear in your smartphone. Do you find something? Do you find something? Do you find something? Asbestos causes cancer. But in only one click in your phone, then that agent can land to your doorstep, to your house. In just one click, asbestos containing material can enter your house. This is really, really ridiculous fact that happened in our country. That almost 10% of houses in Indonesia use asbestos roof. And you know in Jakarta, how many percent asbestos roof in Jakarta? Do you know? more than 50%. More than 50% houses in Jakarta are using asbestos roof that make Jakarta is the third worst city in Indonesia to be lived. Don't give applause to that really bad thing. That actually, do we have any regulation in regard of asbestos? Yes, we do. Our government issued in 1980 actually the regulation about prohibiting the use of asbestos unless there is no substitute material. So, if we have a lot of genteng, yeah, are we breaking the law actually by using asbestos roof? Yes, we're breaking the law if we use asbestos actually. And in 1985, there was regulation issued about occupational health and safety to work with asbestos. Actually, we don't need this regulation. What we need to do is just ban the asbestos, so we don't need the regulation. And number 3, regulation about healthy house. This regulation stated that healthy houses should be free from asbestos. Please help me to play this video again. Let's have a look how asbestos damage your organ.
Asbestos is a fibrous mineral that's resistant to chemicals and heat, and very tough. It was also added to the building materials of many older homes. As a worker or homeowner, the hazard exists when undertaking a renovation or demolition. The danger is releasing the asbestos fibers into the air. When a worker breathes, asbestos fibers enter the mouth and nose and flow down the air passages deep into the lungs. The fibers lodge in the delicate lung tissue where oxygen is absorbed into the blood. Immune system cells try and break down the asbestos fibers and become damaged and die. Scar tissue forms around the dead cells and spreads as more fibers embed in the lungs. Asbestos fibers can remain in the lungs for long periods, and the scar tissue that results continues to develop for many years after exposure. Eventually, so much scar tissue develops that the lungs stop working. Since the year 2000, more workers have died from asbestos disease in BC than any other workplace injury.
Did you learn something about how asbestos do in your body? When asbestos lodge into our lungs, they can cause both of benign or malignant disease. Benign disease, we call it pleural plaque or asbestosis or diaphragm plaque. And for malignancy, it can cause lung cancer or mesothelioma. What is mesothelioma? Mesothelioma is very rare cancer that only caused by asbestos, and most cases end with fatality. Yeah. And I want to warn you that my research proved that the risk of lung cancer caused by asbestos is 3 times compared to the one who not exposed to asbestos. However, if the risk of people who exposed to asbestos and exposed by cigarette smoking, then the risk will increase until 10 times. So if you're really curious to see your gut, just take cigarette and asbestos. Yeah. Then, what can cause asbestos exposure are in increasing risk to us in environment. First is working with asbestos. Secondly, aging of deterioration of asbestos-containing material, improper disposal or asbestos waste, damage from activities like demolition or renovation, and impact of natural disaster that we will learn further. As we know, now we learned about how disaster impact Indonesia. Actually, Indonesia is well known for natural disaster laboratory. Why? Because we have a lot of kind of natural disaster happen here in Indonesia. We are in the top 5 of country that frequently affected by disaster. But I'm sorry, after India, so we are in the top 5 actually, yeah. And in 2024, only in 2024, in Indonesia, around 4.7 million houses damaged from natural disaster. Can you imagine, for example, like Jakarta, more than 50% of houses contain asbestos roofing material, and then earthquake happen. All the environment, all the air surrounding the infected area will be contaminated with asbestos. This is the concern that we need to really aware. This is how asbestos-related risk during disaster, first from collapse, building collapse, and then from demolition, then the fiber released to the air was contaminated by asbestos, and then it can expose maybe residents or volunteers or other people that being in that area. So, in disaster, if we have asbestos around us, we are not only getting suffer from the disaster, but we only in the front of really high risk to get exposed by asbestos. This is the experience from previous earthquake, you know, when have you, maybe, I don't know, in 2024, yes, when there was earthquake in Nias and Aceh. You know, still limited people know about the danger of asbestos. Then, when people rebuilding their residential, then come donation, and one form of donation is asbestos roof, because people have no idea about the danger, yes, at the time. And when earthquake in Palu and Lombok happened, a group volunteer from developed countries that already banned the use of asbestos get really scared because asbestos debris was everywhere. But Indonesian people just okay with that because we have no idea about the danger yet. And we learned from that. Then our Ministry of Social asked for the prohibiting the use of asbestos, at least in shelter, so they will not get long consequences because of the other hazard. Then until now, we don't have any settled regulation to protect people from asbestos exposure during disaster. This is some key strategy for protecting people from asbestos exposure during disaster. We have 3 phases to manage everything in the event of disaster: pre-disaster, during disaster, and post-disaster. Have you ever experienced to be a volunteer during disaster? Have you? One. Have you ever experienced to be a volunteer during disaster? No, only 1, 2. Then 3. Nice. Okay. Volunteers during disaster need to know how to protect themselves from asbestos-containing material. This is the 3 key strategies. Pre-disaster, we need to do asbestos survey, raising awareness about danger of asbestos, and implementing several building materials and promoting asbestos-free construction. Later, I will let you know about what we have done in Binawan University to address this issue. Secondly, during emergency response plans, we also in Binawan do training to first responder and ensuring availability of PPE and developing asbestos self-demolition protocols for damaged structure. And during post-disaster, this is the phase of safe cleanup and recovery effort. We need to do proper handling and disposal of asbestos-containing materials, do monitoring and controlling asbestos fiber levels, and engaging certified professional and asbestos removal. Take attention to this. Take attention to this. What we have done, what Binawan do to address that problem. Firstly, since 2016, we already published some article in regard of asbestos-related disease. Thank you. Then, if you, maybe some of you also participated in this capacity building. In 2023, we have some experts from Australia to build capacity of Indonesian doctor, Indonesian medical staff to diagnose asbestos-related disease. We also educate pathologists in Indonesia to learn about the histology of asbestos-related disease. Now I want to let you know, please give big applause to your colleague Osama. Where is Osam? Come on, stand up, Osam. Osam and Raihan, stand up. You know, these maps, those maps are built by them, by Osam and Raihan. The first map, oh, okay, enjoy Osam and Raihan. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, back to the maps. Yeah. They diligently and meticulously work to build that map. First is the map of asbestos risk area based on the use of asbestos roof. The second map is asbestos risk map based on the use of asbestos roof and the population density. The third is the risk of asbestos exposure based on the use of asbestos roof, population density, and earthquake potential. And 34 province maps are to come. We will have 35 maps from every province in Indonesia later, I hope. Then I'm happy to let you know that we also get matching fund from Minister of Higher Education to develop curricula and module to protect disaster volunteers from asbestos exposure and do training for disaster volunteers to work safely against asbestos and providing personal protective equipment to them. And come on, this is call for action. We need to strengthen disaster preparedness by integrating of asbestos management into disaster response frameworks, collaboration and commitments from governments, organizations, and communities working together to reduce asbestos exposure risk. And please keep in your mind that we have long-term goals. Our long-term goals moving toward an asbestos-free Indonesia. Keep in your mind that we need to have Indonesia asbestos-free Indonesia. Through stronger regulation, 5 minutes awareness and safer alternative. Okay, have a look at this picture. Have a look at this picture carefully. The right one, when Indonesian construction worker working with asbestos, and in the left ones, when construction worker in developed country that already banned the use of asbestos, they work with asbestos with those kind of protection. You know, you know that I want to ask you a question. Do you feel something that hurt you? Do you feel something that hurt you to see that picture? Are we different people? Are we different? People in developed country got complete protection. When we are here, just work like that without any protection. Are we different? No, we are all the same human being. We need to protect ourselves from all chemical agents like people in developed country. We are not human beings that deserve to left behind. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Anna. And after this topic, I just realized that we live so close with asbestos. For example, like when we go out from Binawan's gate, we can see directly the asbestos on the roof.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please, do you have any question about this topic, about the asbestos? Okay. Equality, please, could you help me?
Oke, terima kasih Dr. Anna. Thank you very much Dr. Anna for the presentations. Really enjoy it and get a lot of information. So after look at your presentations, now because I'm usually helping in a disaster area, now I get a lot of questions for that. Yeah, the first thing is how to contain asbestos fiber in the air during disaster, because we cannot avoid that. So far I know that whenever we go and help, a lot of dust there. But that is the only thing I know, that is a dust. But now, a lot of fiber, asbestos fibers. The second one is, when we have to wear a respirator, masker, what is the specifications, the right specifications for it? Yeah, the third one, because I'm thinking also for my family, how do we protect our family from asbestos exposure which might be accidentally brought from the disaster area to our home? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Excellent question. Actually, what you need to do is follow my training. But I want to explain to you that, during disaster, it's called disaster, that it's meant that this is uncontrolled area, Actually, what we need to do is just to, first, to contain the asbestos from spreading to the air, we need to apply some water. But be careful, with really careful manner to apply some water in that area. But during the first or second day or even third day of disaster, sometimes there is no water available. Is it right? Yeah, this is the reality that we face during disaster. When we know that we need to do just simple thing to contain asbestos by putting water in the surface of asbestos, because asbestos fiber, it will, go down because of the wet, and we can work with asbestos by putting water, by applying water in the surface of asbestos containing material, the first one. Secondly, the most proper respiratory protective equipment is what we call it with, actually we need to be at least with P to 95%, masker 95 for like, I know that maybe Korea have different standard or other countries have different standard, but we need to do the PPA, the masker with that kind of standard, but still in disaster area sometimes that masks are not available also. So what we need to do is just, if you have like clothes or towel or any kind of clothes, just put in your nose, and also by apply kind of some water to make it wet. But yes, the most ideal thing is use respirator. But as you know that it is really hard to find respirator during disaster area, disaster event. And how to protect your family after you work in disaster area. Please don't bring your clothes or everything that you wear during the event. Make sure that you do complete the contamination process before going home. This is the only way that you can protect your family from the fiber that you bring home. Never bring home all the things that you wear during disaster. Yeah. And I would like also to encourage you, if you want to have training to protect volunteers from asbestos exposure, we can provide that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone? Anybody else? One more question? Okay. There. Comedy, could you help me, please?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Amandalia. I'm from nursing study program. The question is, based on conditions in the surrounding environment, what is the level of public awareness of the dangers of asbestos, and what are the main challenges in education and changing the participation of residents who still considers asbestos to be an economical and practical building material?
I guess you need to say it one more time, please.
I couldn't hear clearly. Can you?
Based on condition in the surrounding environment, what is the level of public awareness of dangers of asbestos, and what are the main challenges in educating and changing the perception of residents who still considers asbestos to be an economical and practical building material?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for excellent question. Honestly, I haven't done some research regarding that question. We also in Indonesia have no research regarding that, I think. But how about do research now? Please raise your hand if you still use asbestos roof in your house. Please raise your hand. Have no idea? Okay, secondly, do you or will you use asbestos after hearing this presentation? So the level of awareness for people in these buildings, kind of 100% know about the danger of asbestos. So what we need to do is to spread this information to your family, your neighbor maybe, your colleagues, or who don't attend this conference, or you can do some research more and publish some article regarding that issue. All of those efforts you can do to bring this very, very beneficial information to protect people from asbestos exposure. Regarding the level of education, I want to ask you, have you ever got kind of a lesson or a subject about asbestos during your colleagues? None of you? Yeah, maybe we need to integrate about the asbestos issue into our academic curriculum. So as a lecturer, we can equip knowledge or practical skill to our graduates about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the check. I think this is the end of the session. But before I close this session, do you have any closing statement, Dr. Anna, for the participants?
My closing statement is we are the same human being wherever we are. So we need to have the same protection with other people in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Give a round of applause, please, for Dr. Anna. I want you to stay here, Dr. Anna, and I want to invite all the speakers. Professor Vidya, I want to invite you to the stage. And Professor Erwin Faller, are you still there with us? Could you hear me? Prof. Erwin Faller, are you still there with us? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to the whole speaker deliver their topic. And there is something to all the speakers from Binawan University, from the committee. So I want to invite Professor Henny Susanna Mediani as the task executor of the Chancellor of Binawan University to the stage.
For Nurse Gilang, all the speaker, please stay on the stage. We will invite Binawan University Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, all of the deans, all of the director departments to come to the stage to take a photo together.
Okay, thank you for all the speakers, and thank you for all the speakers. Thank you, Professor Vidya. Thank you, Prof. Erwin Faller. I hope you're still with us. And thank you, Dr. Anna, for the useful topic, for the useful material. And
for Nurse Gilang, please stay on the stage. From conference committee, we'll give you some souvenirs. We invite Prof. Henny to come to the stage to give a souvenir to our beloved moderator, Nurse Indra Gilang.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sad to say that we are at the end of the first session. As a moderator, I would like to apologize if there are any inconveniences. I am Indra Gilang Pamungkas. Thank you and success for all of us. I'll hand it back to the host.
Thank you, Nurse Indra Gilang. Thank you for your time. After this, we will announce 3 favorite participants yang tadi sudah bertanya ya. Yang tadi sudah bertanya. Dari panitia akan memberikan 3 atau ada 3 souvenir yang akan diberikan bagi 3 penanya terbaik. I will announce it. Okay. The first one is Mr. Jimmy Nixon, Mr. Jimmy Nixon, please come to the stage. And then Miss Raisa from Nursing Department. please come to the stage. And then the last one is Miss Liz from Nursing Department. For Miss Jimmy, please come to the stage, and then, okay, Miss Raisa, please come to the stage, and then Miss Liz, please come to the stage. We invite Dr. Anna to give souvenirs to our favorite participants. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy, Miss Raisa, Miss Liz, and Dr. Anna.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is information about poster and oral presentation. We would like to share some information there. All of the attendees can see the poster in hall. You may check and take a look in hall. There will be one winner and one most favorite poster.
For oral presentations, the schedule and the rooms are already provided on WhatsApp group. Here it is, the thematic divisions and rooms. Nursing and outdoors health issues will be held at auditorium.
Physiotherapy and ergonomic health issue at room 307.
Nutrition at room 301.
Midwifery at room 309.
Occupational health at room 302.
Pharmacies at room 401.
Social welfare and business at room 409.
Medical and laboratorial technology at room 404.
Social welfare and business at room 406.
Last but not least, after the award session, you may leave and get into your presentation room. For those who don't have any oral presentation scheduled today, may choose any room to get into.
After that, we will have lunch break until 1:30 p.m. for our guests from India, Bengkulu, and VIP guests. Please have a lunch at Binawan's Hall. After lunch break, we will still have 3 agendas, which are poster presentation, poster award, and oral presentation. So, don't miss it, and thank you.
Untuk para hadirin dimohon untuk jangan keluar dulu sebentar. Untuk foto bersama ya.
Sekali lagi kita akan foto bersama dengan para speaker dan moderator. Mungkin bisa kembali sebentar. Nanti untuk dari panitia mohon bisa diarahkan untuk foto bersamanya.
Semua peserta tidak pergi dari tempat duduknya dulu, silakan berbaris di depan sini. Nanti para speaker dan para narasumber yang lainnya akan berdiri di hadapan kalian. Jadi tidak meninggalkan dulu ruangan ini. Peserta, semua peserta silakan berdiri dulu semuanya. Sayap kiri, sayap kanan bisa pindah ke tengah untuk berdiri semuanya. Untuk kita foto bersama dengan para narasumber dan para speaker untuk oral presentation. Berdiri aja. Semua berdiri ya, semua berdiri. Rapi dulu semuanya. Untuk mahasiswa keperawatan, mata ajar Global Nursing Update, silakan nanti bisa menghubungi masing-masing narasumber internasionalnya untuk interview, ya. Sudah kosong. Anak nursing pindah ke sini semuanya. Semuanya pindah ke sini. Biar kelihatan semuanya, ayo. Semuanya dipoto di tengah semuanya ya. Para peserta semuanya. Yang mana share come here instead here. Kita come here is okay. Thank you, Was. Panggilan kepada Ibu Wina, dosen K3, harap menghubungi Ibu Puji untuk persiapan oral presentation di jam 1. Panggilan kepada Ibu Wina dari K3, bisa menghubungi Ibu Puji untuk berkonsultasi terkait oral presentation di jam 1. Terima kasih.
Ada yang bis?
Kenapa?
Untuk para hadirin, jangan lupa kotak kuenya dibawa keluar ya, dibuang ke tempat sampah. Jangan lupa ya.
Ya, Mbak, mereka sama saya aja ya.
Nggak ada masalahnya mereka.
Dia balikan Mas. Ya. Ya. Siapa?
Yang dari
ada itunya, kan online tadi. Oh ini nih yang di sini, yang ngopel sini menurut saya. Enggak, iya. Jadi ada yang di sini aja ininya. Sesi 2 kan ada dari luar juga tuh narasumbernya. Jadi satu kelas itu paling nggak milih beberapa narasumber dari luar ini. Gitu. Paham? Wawancara apa pendapat tentang acara ini, terus terkait topik yang kita kaji. Ya, gitu ya. Foto-foto juga ya. Thank you. Aku chair ibu, co-chairnya. Chair sama co-chair. Co-chair itu tugasnya ini. Persilahkan.
Iya Bu, baik.
Recording stopped.